We're going to go ahead and get started. I'm causing all sorts of trouble. Good morning. My name is Stacy Hawk, and I am chair of the board. It is 9:02 a.m., and I'd like to call the October 23rd quarterly board meeting to order. Please be aware that this meeting is being broadcast via the internet, and those present in the boardroom may be visible to the public. Members, when I call your name, please announce present. I, Stacy Hawk, present. Richard Clemmer. Emma Navarez.
Present.
Juan Navarez.
Present.
Ashley Thomas.
Present.
Welcome Wilson. Daniel Wong.
Present.
Lisa Cantu.
Present.
Please record in the minutes that we have a quorum. Please excuse the absence of Javed Anwar, who is not able to join us today. Do I have a motion to approve this absence?
So moved.
Motion by
Second.
Daniel. Second by Emma Navarez. Members, those in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion passes. I want to take a moment to honor and recognize Mary Mitchell on the occasion of her retirement. After more than a dozen years of exceptional service to the state of Texas, including 11 impactful years at the state Texas Higher Education Coordinating Board, Mary will be retiring in just a couple of weeks. In celebration of her unwavering professionalism, dedication, and the profound impact she has had on the agency, the board presented her with a resolution in her honor last night. Mary leaves behind a legacy of excellence, warmth, and integrity, and she'll be deeply missed by all who have had the privilege of working alongside her. Mary, may you please stand to be recognized. The annual Texas Higher Education Leadership Conference, Higher Edge 2025, From the Classroom to Career, A Future Ready Texas, will be held at the AT&T Hotel and Conference Center in Austin on December 8th through 10th. We invite leaders across higher education, philanthropy, business, government, and other sectors to join us at Higher Edge. This annual gathering offers a platform to connect, collaborate, and share insights on the most pressing challenges and opportunities shaping higher education in Texas and beyond. Every year, attendees and speakers from various industries across Texas and the nation come together to have insightful conversations around the most cutting-edge topics in higher education. Higher Edge also includes required training for new regents and trustees and a recognition of excellence of our state's higher education institutions with the annual STAR Awards. We hope to see you at Higher Edge in December. Additional details and updates can be found on the Coordinating Board's website. Fellow board members, staff requests that you confirm your attendance at the conference by completing the form provided with your annual materials. Staff will collect the completed forms at the end of the meeting. Good morning. The next agenda item 2, Commissioner's remarks. The Commissioner will provide his remarks on some of the agenda items that we'll be discussing today. Commissioner?
Thank you, Chair Hawk. And good morning and welcome to everyone, whether you're joining us in person or online. I want to begin with just a couple of things related to our new chair and vice chair. I want to say congratulations upon your appointments, and more importantly, say thank you for your service and your willingness to step into these roles to provide leadership for the important work that the agency is spearheading on behalf of the state. Your appointments reflect a commitment to experienced, capable, and demonstrated leadership, helping us navigate toward achieving the goals of building a talent-strong Texas. Ms. Hawk, your previous service at vice chair, what I can firmly attest to, your strong analytical acumen, your passion for public service, they're key strengths that position you to lead with insight, integrity, and vision, in which we seek to expand access, ensure academic excellence, and align our higher education goals with the needs of Texas's economy. Mr. Wilson, your extensive experience and dedication to this board since 2018, your service as chair of the Agency Operations Committee, and your service on other boards across the state, including the University of Houston Board of Regents, underscore your deep commitment to ensuring that higher education remains accessible and relevant. And that's a commitment that the two of you share with our entire board. a commitment to ensure that Texas higher education is responsive, future-focused, and aligned with the evolving demands of our state's economy and workforce. Yesterday, in the committee meetings, staff presented on the fall 2020-25 preliminary headcount. Our preliminary data shows an overall increase of more than 4.5% in fall-to-fall enrollment since 2024. 2025 marks the first year since 2019 when all sectors of higher education exceed pre-pandemic enrollment levels. So we're moving in a positive direction, and we'll be able to provide more analysis when the official census date information, certified data is provided later this fall. The agency is advancing more than 125 statutory obligations from the 89th legislature, including rulemaking, mandated studies, and required reporting, many of which are directly reflected on today's agenda. I appreciate the legislature's trust in the agency and their recognition of higher education as a priority for our state, and for the opportunity to serve as a partner and a resource for stakeholders. Finally, today's major policy discussion, recognizing the STAR Awards program, which is in its 24th year, continues the tradition of honoring institutions whose innovation and impact are helping shape a future-ready Texas. STAR Awards are more than a recognition. They're an opportunity to highlight concrete strategies institutions are putting in place for students in key areas such as student success, workforce education, and career development and transitions. Assistant Commissioner Griggs will provide more detail on the awards program later during his presentation. But as a highlight, we'll announce the 2025 recipients and hear directly from two institutions whose programs put policy into practice by strengthening workforce programs. They're working closely with local employers. They're aligning programs to high-demand fields. And importantly, they're awarding credentials of value that are already accelerating our progress toward the credential of value attainment goals as part of building a talent-strong Texas. The insights shared today not only celebrate institutional innovation, but also inform statewide policy discussions, illustrating how local efforts align with and advance the Talent-Strong Texas goals. And we'll have an opportunity to hear from the winners and the recipients in the other two categories at future board meetings. So it's always great and refreshing to hear from real people who are doing the real work in real places with real Texans, and we'll have that opportunity today, and I'm looking forward to it. Chair Hawk, thank you for this opportunity, and we can head into the agenda.
Members, any questions for the commissioner? Great. The next agenda item is public testimony. We've not received any public testimony today, so we'll move on. Agenda item 4A is consideration and possible action to approve minutes from the July 23rd, 2025 quarterly board meeting. Do I have a motion to approve the minutes for the July quarterly board meeting?
So move.
Second.
A motion and a second. Any discussion? Member, those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes. Agenda item 4B is consideration and possible action to approve minutes from the August 7th, 2025 special called board meeting. Do I have a motion for the approval of the minutes for the August special called board meeting?
So move.
Thank you. Motion by Mrs. Navarro.
Second.
Second by Dr. Wong. Any discussion? Members, those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? No. Motion passes. Next is the consent calendar. The consent calendar includes non-controversial items that we think can be approved without comment or discussion. This allows us to save time for other items that need more of our attention. Highlighted items in gray are the consent items on the agenda. You've had time in advance to review the items, and of course, any board member can request that an agenda item be removed from the consent calendar. That will give us the opportunity to discuss the item or items fully later in the meeting. We're going to take up the consent calendar in two parts, non-rule items and then rule items. The items that we have placed on non-rule consent are 7C, consideration and possible action to acknowledge gifts and donations to the board. 8B1, consideration and possible action to approve the appointment of replacement members to the Health-Related Institutions Formula Advisory Committee for the 28-29 biennium. 8B2, consideration and possible action to approve the appointment of the replacement of member to the General Academic Institutions, Technical Colleges, and Lamar State College's Formula Advisory Committee for the 28-29 biennium. 8C, consideration and possible action to delegate authority to the Commissioner of Higher Education to approve and submit the data report required by Texas Education Code 6106662D concerning information on stem cell research conducted by institutions. 8D, consideration and possible action to adopt the recommendation relating to the facilities audit report. 8E, consideration of board delegation to the commissioner for approval of the report required by the General Appropriations Act, Senate Bill 1, Article 3, 89th Texas Legislature, Regular Session 2025, Texas Higher Education Coordinating Board, Rider 53, related to reporting requirement for community college formula funding. 10B, consideration and possible action to approve the Tobacco Fund Settlement Annual Progress Report for fiscal year 2025. 10C, consideration and possible action to adopt the study and report on assisting students with autism spectrum disorder, Texas Education Code Section 6106641. 10D, consideration of board delegation to the commissioner for approval of the report required by General Appropriations Act, Senate Bill 1, Article 3, Section 33, 89th Texas Legislature, related to the effectiveness of the Advise Texas program. 10H, consideration and possible action to approve receipt of fiscal year 2026 Carl D. Perkins Community and Technical Colleges Consolidated Grant Mid-Year Reallocation Funds not to exceed $10.5 million. 10I, 1, consideration and possible action to appoint members to the Advisory Council on Post-Secondary Education for Persons with Intellectual and Developmental Disabilities, Texas Education Code Section 61.06641. 10I2, consideration and possible action to appoint members to the General Education Curriculum Advisory Committee, Texas Education Code Section 61.10522. 10J1, report on activities of the Advisory Council on Post-Secondary Education for Persons with Intellectual and Developmental Disabilities, Texas Education Code Section 61.06641. 10J2, report on activities of the Apply Texas Advisory Committee. 10J3, report on activities of the Workforce Education Course Manual Advisory Committee, including the report for fiscal year 2025. 11B, report on grants and contracts. And 11C, review of the fiscal year 2025 financial report to the board members. Does anyone want to add or remove any items to the non-rule consent calendar? Do I have a motion to approve the non-rule consent calendar? I have a motion by Mr. Clemmer. Second by Vice Chair Wilson. Discussion? Members, those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, no. Motion passes. Members, the next item on the consent agenda is board rules. Rules placed on consent are either technical, conforming, or implementing non-controversial policies around which there is consensus. Members, the rules on the consent calendar today are 8F1, consideration and possible action to adopt new board rules, Chapter 4, Subchapter Z, Sections 4.390 through 393, concerning uniform standards for publication of cost of attendance and financial aid information. 8F2, consideration and possible action to repeal board rules, Chapter 13, Subchapter L, Sections 13.200 through 202, concerning engineering summer program. 8F5, consideration and possible action to repeal board rules, Chapter 15, Subchapter A, Sections 15.1 and 15.10, concerning general provisions. 8F6, consideration and possible action to repeal board rules, Chapter 21, Subchapter A, Section 21.8, and subchapters C, I, L, Q, U, Z, A, A, B, B, E, E, I, P, P, S, S, and T, T, concerning student services. 8F7, consideration and possible action to repeal board rules, Chapter 22, Subchapter I, Sections 22, 171 through 174, and subchapters C, E, J, Q, X, and Y, concerning student financial aid programs. 8F8, consideration and possible action to adopt proposed amendments to board rules, Chapter 23, Subchapter D, Sections 23, 94, 96, 97, and 100 through 102, and new Section 23, 103, concerning the Mental Health Professionals Loan Repayment Assistant Program. 8F9, consideration and possible action to adopt new board rules, Chapter 24, Subchapter A, Sections 24(1) through 4, concerning general provisions. 8F10, consideration and possible action to adopt new board rules, Chapter 24, Subchapter B, Sections 24(10) through 18, concerning student loan servicing. 8F11, consideration and possible action to adopt new board rules, Chapter 24, Subchapter C, Sections 24(30) through 32, concerning annual student loan debt disclosure. 8F12, consideration and possible action to adopt new board rules, Chapter 24, Subchapter D, Sections 24(40) through 46, concerning college access loan program. 8F13, consideration and possible action to adopt new board rules, Chapter 24, Subchapter E, Sections 24(50) through 59, concerning future occupations and reskilling workforce advancement to reach demand loan program. 8F16, consideration and possible action to adopt new board rules, Chapter 24, Subchapter G, Sections 480 through 2486, concerning servicing a federal student loan. 10L1, consideration and possible action to adopt board rules, Chapter 1, Subchapter N, Sections 180 through 184, concerning the General Education Curriculum Advisory Committee. 10L2, consideration and possible action to adopt the recommendation relating to four-year review of board rules, Chapter 1, Subchapter P, concerning the Lower Division Academic Course Guide Manual Advisory Committee. 10L3, consideration and possible action to adopt proposed amendments to board rules, Chapter 1, Subchapter P, Section 195, concerning the Lower Division Academic Course Guide Manual Advisory Committee. 10L4, consideration and possible action to adopt proposed amendments to board rules, Chapter 2, Subchapter O, Sections 2357 and 358, concerning approval process and required reporting for self-supporting degree programs. 10L5, consideration and possible action to adopt the recommendation relating to the four-year review of board rules, Chapter 4, Subchapter B, concerning transfer of credit, core curriculum, and field of study curricula. 10L6, consideration and possible action to adopt proposed amendments to board rules, Chapter 4, Subchapter B, Section 427, concerning resolution of transfer disputes for lower division courses. 10L8, consideration and possible action to adopt new board rules, Chapter 4, Subchapter P, Sections 250 through 254, concerning program of study institutional requirements. 10L9, consideration and possible action to repeal board rules, Chapter 6, Subchapter A, Sections 6(1) through 10, concerning the Family Practice Residency Program. 10L10, consideration and possible action to adopt new board rules, Chapter 10, Subchapter SS, Sections 10(890) through 898, concerning the Texas Reskilling and Upskilling through Education Grant Program. 10L11, consideration and possible action to adopt proposed amendments to board rules, Chapter 12, Subchapter A, Section 12(5), considering the Opportunity High School Diploma Program. 10L12, consideration and possible action to repeal board rules, Chapter 13, Subchapter N, Sections 13(400) through 408, concerning the Texas Reskilling and Upskilling through Education Grant Program. And 10L13, consideration and possible action to repeal board rules, Chapter 400, Sections 400.1 through 7, concerning grant administration. Members, does anyone want to add any other items to the rule consent calendar? Or to remove any items? Members, do I have a motion for approval of the rule consent calendar?
So moved.
I have a motion by Ms. Thomas. Second, I have a second by Mr. Navarez. Any discussion? Members, those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, no. Motion passes. The agency has been busy.
I was going to ask you to read it.
Yes. Heard that one. Agenda item 6 is the major policy discussion. Major policy discussions are topics of interest where staff and policy experts and/or stakeholders provide coordinating board members with information on higher education policy matters or initiatives that have the potential to impact Texas statewide. The major policy discussion will focus on the 2025 STAR Awards from Classroom to Career, A Future Ready Texas. Dr. Brandon Griggs, Assistant Commissioner for College and Career Advising, Dr. Christopher Wild, Assistant Vice Chancellor, Vice President of Biotechnology, San Jacinto College, and Dr. Kim Hogat Cromweild, Dean of Health Professions, the University of Texas MD Anderson Cancer Center, will present this item and be available for questions.
All right, thank you. My name is Brandon Griggs, and I do just want to thank you all for your time as a part of today's major policy discussion to discuss this year's Texas Higher Education Coordinating Board STAR Awards, where you recognize innovation, collaboration, and outcomes that make Texas a national leader in higher education. The STAR Awards, highlighting this year's Higher Edge Leadership Conference theme, From Classroom to Career, A Future Ready Texas, honors exceptional achievements in student success, career development, and workforce education. Can I get next slide, please? These areas are the 3 priorities that together reflect the core of our state education, higher education strategic plan, building a talent-strong Texas. You'll be hearing 2 institutions today from the workforce category, which I'm very excited about, and you'll also have the opportunity to hear from others in subsequent board meetings. These awards are specific examples of how institutions build priorities that originated from state policy that drives our talent-strong Texas strategic plan forward. This year, being our 24th year, we had 32 nominations from institutions. We were strategic in each of these categories in selecting one 4-year institution and one vocational, technical, or community college and highlighting both of those within each category. Next slide, please. Our Talent Strong Texas strategic plan challenges us to ensure that at least 60% of Texans ages 25 through 64 hold a post-secondary credential by 2030 in just 5 years, and that every learner, no matter their background or pathway, has the opportunity to thrive in a rapidly changing economy. Currently, about 48% of working-age Texans hold a certificate or a degree beyond a high school diploma, with a short-term workforce credential adding just another 6%. This significant gap means that even as Texas continues to break records for job creation and business growth, many employers still struggle to find qualified Texas workers with credentials they need. Our 2 partners today, in which we'll hear from in just a minute, are excellent examples of bridging these gaps. They are redesigning curriculum, administrative processes, and working with key stakeholders in industry. Building a talent-strong Texas acknowledges that sustaining the state's economic momentum also depends on strengthening research and development capacity, ensuring that more colleges and universities attract substantial private investments and federal grants to keep Texas at the forefront of innovation, technology, and discovery. In a world where technology, industries, and job skills evolve faster than ever before, this work ensures that Texas remains competitive, resilient, and forward-thinking. Credentials of value prepare students in high-demand fields with knowledge, skills, and abilities, and help equip them for jobs of today and tomorrow, and making sure that the cost of acquiring those credentials is within reach and doesn't take on unmanageable debt. The efforts recognized here directly advance the goals and policy priorities of building a talent-strong Texas by expanding educational access and affordability, improving student success, completion, and credential attainment, closing achievement gaps, and aligning programs and workforce demands that drive our state's future. Policy that results in programs like My Texas Future, Free College Application Week, which this last week we had more than 260,000 college applications submitted, compared to the same period last year of 44,000. Let me just repeat that, 260,000 college applications. And other programs like state financial aid programs, the Data Modernization Project, Workforce and Open Education Resource Grants are all excellent examples of policy initiatives designed to accomplish our strategic goals within our plan. Our honorees embody that talent strong Texas vision. In student success, they're closing achievement gaps, increasing completion, and more Texans reach the finish line with credentials that open doors. In career development, they are creating innovative partnerships, internships, and advising initiatives that connect education to opportunity. And in workforce education, they're aligning programs with the needs of Texas employers, building a talent pipeline that drives our state's prosperity. Specifically, you will hear today how they are addressing the workforce shortages and needs in industry by offering pathways which lead to credentials of value. Together, their work advances policy priorities that define building a talent-strong Texas, looking at access, affordability, completion, and workforce alignment. Each project demonstrates collaboration and innovation and how that translates state goals into real outcomes for students, communities, and industries. As we recognize our Star Award recipients, we are celebrating more than just institutional achievements. We celebrate progress toward a shared vision, a Texas where talent is cultivated everywhere, opportunity is in reach with everyone, and education continues to power the strength and competitiveness of our great state. Next slide. So within our categories, I'm sure that you're wondering, how do we choose these three categories? As you look within the Talent Strong Texas strategic plan, these three categories help push our goals forward. Specifically looking at attainment and credentials of value, in 2019, 48% of those individuals across the state within that age demographic range had a credential of value. In 2023, that rose to 52 to 54%, and our goal of 2030 reaching 60%. These areas are helping us move that needle forward. Next slide. Looking within each specific category, these are the criteria that the agency chose to select our reward recipients. Within student success, there are hundreds of programs across the state with many variations of student success programs within institutions. Currently, there are 4 million some college, no credential students out there, and we need to be able to identify models that support student completion at our institutions. And the fact of the matter is student success programs help students complete. Next slide, please. For this year's honorees for student success, we have Lone Star College, who has transformed the student experience through data-informed advising reforms, guided pathways, and holistic supports. Key initiatives include NACADA Excellence in Advising Case Management Model, AutoGrad reverse transfer programs, and care for completion support such as food, housing, and childcare assistance. These strategies have resulted in nearly 12% increase in credential attainment since 2017, with over 12,000 credentials awarded in 2023 and 2024. Today, 19% of all completions come from AutoGrad and reverse transfer, and credit completion ratios for the first time in college students have risen 7% points in just 3 years. Percentage rates have improved by 4 points and achievement gaps have narrowed. Together, these reforms have shortened time to degree, lowered costs, and embedded transfer and career readiness into every advising interaction. The University of Texas created the MAVS RISE program, standing for Resilience, Initiative, Success, and Engagement, to support conditionally admitted and TSI incomplete students through a coordinated, data-informed approach. The program provides holistic case management, financial literacy, and career-ready services, supported by student-ready advisors who each serve 120 to 150. Since its launch in 2023 and its expansion in 2025, the program has nearly enrolled 1,000 students annually, 70% of whom are first generation. Results show a 16% increase in students in good academic standing, 71% in 2025 compared to 55% in 2023, an increase in the share of students earning GPAs above a 3.0, and nearly 7% year-over-year rise in second-year retention. More than 90% of participants meet with an advisor, and students engage frequently with the Student Money Management Center and Career Development Center. A residential learning community further supports student participants by ensuring that students persist with stronger academic, financial, and career readiness programs. Certainly, these programs highlight the great work that our institutions are doing to design student support structures on our campuses, which lead to a talent-strong Texas. Next slide. For career development and transitions, as a part of the Talent Strong Texas strategic plan, we need to ensure that students are earning credentials of value, and specifically that the students are in high-demand career industries. Policy programs like Texas Reskilling and Upskilling Through Education, our True Grant program, supports public higher education institutions to create, redesign, and expand short-term workforce education and training programs in high-demand occupations. The criteria for this award is listed here. Next slide. This year's honorees for career transitions and development is South Plains College, who redesigned 65 technical education courses across 7 departments, integrating artificial intelligence tools and open education resources to reduce costs and embed career-relevant learning. Over 4 semesters, 170 sections have been redesigned, saving students an estimated $510,000 in textbooks cost and training more than 240 faculty in artificial intelligence and open educational resources and course redesign. Courses now include embedded simulations, advising prompts, and role-playing scenarios that mirror workplace challenges across fields such as automotive technology, welding, cosmetology, and culinary arts. These innovative programs increase student engagement, persistence, and workforce readiness, while stackable short-term credentials help students transition quickly into high-demand jobs. The University of Texas at San Antonio launched the Najim Strategist Program in 2020 through its Najim Center for Innovation and Career Advancement to connect students with project-based learning opportunities. Students serve as paid consultants for employers across San Antonio in industries such as IT, healthcare, education, and logistics. Each 8-week engagement requires 10 to 20 hours per week, including direct employer collaboration, and students receive an $800 stipend upon completion. By 2025, more than 200 students had participated, with 61% of graduates securing employment, many hired directly by the partner organizations. Next slide. In workforce education, at this time, if I could get Dr. Wild and Dr. Krumwede to join me up at the stage. As we look at workforce education, policy programs like Community College Finance encourages the realignment of programs across the state so we were reaching more students in high-demand areas and creating efficient pathways. Criteria for workforce education are listed here. And I'm excited to announce our first honoree. Next slide, please. For workforce education, Dr. Kim Krumwede. Did I pronounce that correctly? Okay, close enough. Or as our students say, Dr. K, for this year's workforce education. The University of Texas at MD Anderson Cancer Center School of Health Professions launched the Student Talent Advancing Retention Success Program, standing for STARS, in 2022 to address urgent workforce shortages in allied health fields such as radiologic technology, there we go, MRI, CT, and laboratory medicine. STARS embeds students into paid 20 hours per week clinical roles while providing tuition coverage, mentorship, and leadership development. Starting with 10 students, the program now enrolls more than 30 annually and has achieved a 100% credential completion and hiring rate. In FY24 alone, STARS generated $4.5 million in patient revenue, delivering return on investment rates exceeding 650% and reducing recruitment time from 120 days to approximately 25 days. With its integrated work-based learning and employer partnerships, STARS is building a sustainable talent pipeline for high-demand health careers. It is my pleasure to introduce to you Dr. K.
Good morning. Thank you for the invitation to present our program. I'm Kim Hoggett-Crumwitty, affectionately known as Dr. K for obvious reasons. And I'm the Dean for our School of Health Professions at the University of Texas MD Anderson Cancer Center. And I'm here to talk to you about building a sustainable allied health workforce through our Student Talent Advancing Retention Success Program. Next slide, please. Many don't know the MD Anderson has a School of Health Professions. So a brief overview, we have bachelor's programs, master's and certificate programs, about 12. Those in red that you see here, we will be introducing this next year. One of them is actually transitioning to a master's program, our cytotechnology program. Next slide. We have about 400 students right now. We are thrilled. That is one of our highest enrollment rates. We have a 10-to-1 student to instructor ratio. We have 56 faculty and staff. We have 23 full-time faculty. We run pretty lean. And then we also have students that graduate and in their certificate programs are in the top 25% scoring. We're thrilled about that. That also means people want our students, right? And so what you see here, we have 30% that are retained at MD Anderson, 60% will stay in the medical center, and then close to 90 or more will stay in Texas. But we want higher retention rate at MD Anderson. Next slide, please. So what you see here is really your criteria for why you would choose this program as being successful. For a brief review of our program, we know half of our students come in from community colleges, and the other half come from four-year universities or private schools, okay? And so as they come in, we also know that many of them work. We also know that we have a huge workforce existing shortage in our fields, but we also see that there's going to be an 18% growth in some of these highly specialized programs for cancer care. So we want to keep the students. So as they're coming in, we developed this program, and I'm going to use my hands a little bit. We developed this program because as the students are coming in, we want them to work at MD Anderson. So they're going to work at MD Anderson, get paid up to 20 hours. We select the students, so we get the cream of the crop that are going to go into the institutional settings. For our radiologic sciences students, they come in and they're doing very introductory type skills in the clinical setting. Same with laboratory medicine. In their second year, though, they get a certificate. Somebody talked about stackable and credentials, right? They get a certificate, so now they can perform as a radiologic technologist. Those are billable hours also in the clinical setting. So when we talk about revenue, and we will a little bit, that's where some of the revenue is being generated, okay? And then they complete. In medical laboratory sciences, they come in, they're able to work, and they're able to complete and then transition right into, hopefully we're retaining them in those clinical areas. So for workforce alignment, we really worked with our clinical settings, and under employee partnership with our clinical settings and leadership. What do you need? How do you want the students to be? What do you want them to learn? We have mentoring and leadership also for the students. We want them to have credential advancement that I just spoke with as they're getting multiple credentials. We also have work-based learning. They're engaging in 20 hours, which is reasonable for these students, and that's part of the interviewing to make sure they can handle it and they're successful. It's an innovative design, so we include, as I said before, mentorship, leadership, and flexible schedules. And it's also affordable because they are working, they're eligible for our tuition reimbursement. So we are able to pay their tuition while they're working, and it removes some of the financial burdens that the students have, and they're able to transition right into their career. Next slide, please. So when we look at outcomes from 2024, I think this is what we were the most thrilled about as we started this program. We are having 100% retention of those students that are in those programs in those areas. That is fantastic. But we know this is a system and it's partners and stakeholders. So what excites the clinical side about this as well too? This is a win-win for the students and for the clinical setting. And you see the total outcomes when we get initial investment at the top on the right-hand side. That's talking about from diagnostic imaging, that's our radiologic sides, and then pathology lab medicine is talking about our laboratory medicine side. You see what they've invested in tuition and some of their onboarding and those numbers here. But then you see what is the net income that's from they were able to bill, and that's $4 million. That exceeded our expectations. Everyone was pretty happy about that on that side and said, how can we do more? They need these students. They need this workforce. But that's not the only reason. But then you also see the institutional value as well too for onboarding and getting them trained so they can transition directly into these careers. And so for the workforce, retention is 100%. Reduced recruitment time because they're going right in is from 120 days from somebody who hadn't been, is brand new. It's now between 21 and 28 days. And then the achieved, again, I said a return on investment is up to 653%. I add that because that's exciting, but for MD Anderson, next slide, please. We are focused on access to care. We are concerned. We want to make sure there's enough access for our patients who are growing. And that's really where this retention came out of. And so when you see upcoming for this year or this recent past year, we had again 100% retention rate on the diagnostic imaging side. For this current year, we are fully enrolled again in both the intro level and the advanced level. On the laboratory medicine side, you see our retention rate last year was only 7 out of 10. That's actually a sign that the model is working, right? Students want to know that they're a good fit. And then you also want to know in the clinical settings for who they're hiring is a good fit. Okay. And so we had one student that went, hematologist just isn't my thing. That's okay, right? Go and move into a different area. We had another, 2 other students where it just wasn't quite a good fit in the laboratory setting. That's okay because our students are hired 100% within 6 months. They all graduate and they're hired 100%. The students that didn't stay at MD Anderson had jobs before they graduated. Okay. Next slide, please. And so just in reviewing, this is really a partnership between school health professions and our clinics and at MD Anderson. This supports student skills development. Somebody is talking about advanced skills. It supports mentoring, professional identity as they're transitioning, provides financial assistance and tuition. We also provide opportunity to retain our students, which is good on both sides. We streamline the academic and career transition. It facilitates workflow in clinical organizations, and it provides staffing cost reduction and generates clinical revenues for the institution as well. Next slide. This is a good model. It's a great model for innovation, affordability, and workforce alignment. We've presented this model in the last 2 years at local, regional, and national conferences. And we've also published this model in one of our leading academic journals for health professions. And we also plan to publish this in a healthcare administrative journal as well, too. Next slide. So next for the school, we're moving. All of you were invited in January. We move into a new building. We're thrilled about that. But more importantly, we are growing. And in our programs and in our models, we have affiliation agreements with our community colleges. We also plan to, sorry, this is small. We also want to expand our collaboration across our institution and with new models for clinical care. And one of the other things you're mentioning this, and I really appreciate that. We want to create what we call super techs. We want multi-credential students, and we're building that into our programs as well. So thank you again for your time. We appreciate it.
Can I have a question now? Okay. All right. So exciting to hear that program. I'm very excited about that program.
Oh, thank you.
And also thank you so much for building a big building in my neighborhood. So
Come visit. We want everybody to come
that,
see our space.
So all the curriculum, you design all the curriculum, MD Anderson
We do.
design the curriculum. So are they recognized, by other institution or by other hospital and things like that nature?
Absolutely, we are.
How do you get them recognized?
They are recognized, one, because MD Anderson's reputation, quite honestly, #1 in the nation for cancer care. And so because they are coming out of school there, and we work very closely with our clinical settings, they know our students rotate through there. That's where they do their internships and are trained. They know how highly they come out with their skills. They also, again, are in the top 25% of the credentialing. So when they take their tests, they're scoring.
So you know that when they get a certificate from MD Anderson, they will be higher they can be hired by Methodist or some other.
Absolutely,
institution.
we have a problem with that. Exactly, they want them, and they come out with not only a certificate, they come out with a national licensure, which is a certificate. They come out with bachelor's degrees from MD Anderson, graduate degrees, and then we have a few certificate programs in molecular genetic technology.
So I wouldn't call it a standard, but looks like your certificate may be, gradually may be recognizable from the other institution and serving us for that particular whatever program that may be becoming maybe I wouldn't call it standard, but maybe somebody that can call other institution may be able to copy that curriculum and be able to train some of those program participants into what you want them to be.
Well,
Is it possible?
It's very interesting that you're asking that because
Yeah.
I've been talking with the deans at UT Southwestern Medical School and also UT San Antonio in that we are so highly specialized in cancer care. So let us grow and expand and help go in your cancer sites because you're hiring our graduates anyways. So one model we're talking about is let us talk about the radiation therapy. Let us do the medical dosimetry. Let us do, because we're recognized in that, and then the monies can be spent on other programs where they're more general. And that's one model that we're considering because they do seek out our students and they prefer to hire them because they are some of the top trained students.
Great. I don't want to take up a lot of time. The last question, because that's always in my mind, and pick your brain, actually. I've been working with Methodist. I've been working with other institutions. They have different program. But the thing is that it's not crossing over because every institution have their own needs. So they have their own program
Absolutely.
trying to get their workforce for themselves.
Yes.
But is there any possible way to collaborate with another institution to cross-train different kind of, technical people or workforce so that we'll be able to kind of like fulfill what right now the industry is really lacking the workforce, as you know.
Yes.
I know that you are doing very, very well with your own program for MD Anderson, Methodist is doing themselves, and other institutions doing for themselves. But is there any possible way to collaborate at all from your perspective?
Oh, and we are collaborating. Please don't misunderstand that we aren't at all. We are collaborating in ways where we have clinical rotations that are embedded in Methodist, in other institutions across Texas and locally in Houston. And many times it's like an internship in business, right? If you go to work at Deloitte, they're probably going to hire you, right? Very similar to that. And that's why we're only able to retain 30% of our graduates because it's in these other clinical sites. Now, we do want to talk about, and we have satellites where we can expand our programs and grow, and then they offer more retention at those sites. That's one model that we are absolutely looking at and to collaborate there.
Wonderful. I will be interested in learning more, but thank you so much. Appreciate
Thank
it.
you.
Any other questions? All right. Thank you, Dr. Krumwiede. Next slide, please. All right. We are excited to introduce to you for our second workforce honoree, San Jacinto College. San Jacinto College created the Texas's first community college biomanufacturing training program to anchor the state's life sciences workforce pipeline. Backed by $10 million in state funding and in partnerships with the National Institute for Bioprocessing Research and Training, the program offers stackable credentials, dual credit pathways, and corporate training housed in a new Center for Biotechnology at Generation Park, and corporate training housed in a new Center for the Center for Biotechnology at Generation Park. Industries including Lonza, Fujifilm, Thermo Fisher, CTMC, Cellapoint, Sartorius, and Maddox have all shaped curriculum and donated over $3.5 million in supplies and equipment and established internships to hire pipelines. Since 2024 launch, students have secured jobs before graduation. Over 1,000 training hours have been delivered to incumbent workers, and the program has attracted major federal and state investments, positioning Texas as a national leader in biomanufacturing. It is my pleasure to introduce to you all Dr. Christopher Wild, Assistant Vice Chancellor and Vice President of Biotechnology.
Great. Thank you so much. And on behalf of the college, our Chancellor, Dr. Brendan Hellier, our strategic leadership team, and our Board of Trustees, we're really grateful for the opportunity to share what we've been working on in terms of biomanufacturing in the greater Houston region. So next slide, please. I'd like to begin with a story, actually. on the reality that we face today and the imperative of onshoring pharmaceutical and biopharmaceutical manufacturing in our country. It's a major priority, and Texas is uniquely positioned to step up and meet this challenge. And so, particularly zooming in on Houston, as you see in the slide before you, being the fourth largest city, the largest chemical industrial complex in the country, the number one port in terms of metric tonnage, and then the number one medical center in the world. So it's a special pleasure to be here next to my colleague, Dr. Crumwitty, whom we have an articulation agreement to the very program she spoke about. So it's a particularly special occasion in that regard. The Houston Metroplex is indeed positioned to attract investment in pharmaceutical and biopharmaceutical manufacturing. And if I were to rewind a few years ago, in Northeast Houston in our taxing district, our college's taxing district, we were named the national runner-up for a $2 billion manufacturing site from a major biopharmaceutical company. We were the workforce leads on that project. We were disappointed we didn't land that project, but we got some very specific feedback from the team. The feedback was they wanted to see a biomanufacturing training program in place, and they also encouraged us to interact with the gold standard of biomanufacturing training globally, which Dr. Griggs mentioned is the National Institute for Bioprocessing Research and Training out of Dublin, Ireland. So you can see on the slide here, we cover East Harris County. We have 45,000 students in a calendar year. And this particular program was created to support existing industry as well as encourage growth of the industry in Houston, but Texas more broadly. I should say that after we learned from the miss a few years ago in terms of that $2 billion investment, our chancellor in earnest put together an industry advisory council. Next slide, please. And so that industry advisory council came together and we brainstormed around bottlenecking that they currently had in the Houston region. So these are companies that have made Texas their home. What exactly were the challenges around hiring the professionals that manufacture life-altering and life-saving therapeutics? And so the conclusion that was met is that the industry was really starving for a short-term certification and or associate degree program that was directly aligned to the industry needs. So so the desire was at the technician level, precise training to manufacture therapeutics, purify therapeutics, and then put them in their final state for the patient. And so with these interactions and relationships with the companies in the greater Houston region, we built a robust curriculum that's directly tied to their industry needs. Next slide, please. In addition, in parallel, we courted NIBRT, as they're called, the Dublin-based operation that's the gold standard for biomanufacturing training globally. If you look at their list of clients on their website, it's all of the major pharma and biopharma companies that you would come to know over the years. And so now we're the exclusive provider in the Southeast US for the NIBRT curriculum for bioprocessing and biomanufacturing training at the technical level. And so what we have here now is industry input at a regional level and then leveraging a globally recognized curriculum, meshing the two together to create a world-class training curriculum specifically for biomanufacturing. Next slide, please. So in short, what we've created with our industry partners is really a two-pronged approach to meet their immediate needs and their future needs. So on the credit side, we have stackable credentials that offer multiple exit points for the students in our communities. So they can do a one-year occupational certificate that's directly aligned to positions in industry. They can stay for another semester, do a level 2 certificate that gives them additional tools in their toolkit to get higher paying jobs. And then we also have a full 2-year Associate of Applied Science in Biomanufacturing Technology. And this is really exciting. Our students at a community college in Texas, for the first time nationally, they're learning how to manufacture, as an example, life-saving advanced cell therapeutics that fight cancer. And so they have the skills to make an impact day one in the manufacturing companies. A quick story I'll share with you is last summer, we had our first interns go into companies. Actually, the first of its kind nationally, as I understand it, in which we placed students at companies and they went through the HR process in a day or two. And on day 3, 4, they actually did manufacturing qualifications so that their internship would literally be on the therapeutics manufacturing floor, which is unheard of. And all of our students passed those qualifications. And I'm really happy to report that all those students got full-time offers before they even finished the program, which was very exciting. Next slide, please. So I just wanted to cherry pick some highlights of the program. This program started last year. So these highlights are from the last 18 months, which is really hard to believe given the progress we've made. First and foremost, we retrofitted lab space in an existing science lab. But more exciting, we built a purpose-built facility, the Center for Biotechnology at Generation Park, which looks and feels like a therapeutics manufacturing facility. We're the first biomanufacturing focused credit training program in Texas. We're the first community college in the world to offer the NIBRT training. And then we have the first biomanufacturing dual credit program with Sheldon ISD. What's really exciting is that we're not only changing our students' lives, but their families' lives. Most of our students are first in generation to attend college. And many of them leverage our Promise program, which means they'll graduate with a zero cost degree. So to date, we have 80 students in the program. We've done a 1,000 training hours on corporate training. So we actually do customized corporate training for companies, which is the second prong of our approach, because the return on investment for companies is rather large, given that we have a simulated training environment that's separate from the manufacturing facility. So it's laser focused, the stakes are low, and corporate trainees can repeat processes and procedures over and over again until they master them. We've served as a training consultant for a multinational corporation. Next slide, please. Through our legislative partnerships, for the first time in our college's history, and I believe it's the largest Texas state allocation, we were given a $10 million allocation out of the state budget to ensure that our program is at the very cutting edge to attract companies to our region. We're the training leader, and this one is just really fascinating and hard to believe, in low Earth orbit biomanufacturing of therapeutics. So we partnered with Intuitive Machines. The Texas Space Commission has funded a project called Zephyr, in which we'll create a first-in-class, never-before-seen training program around technicians launching biomanufacturing therapeutics experiments into space. We've already offered 2 national summer workshops at our newly built institution. We're the lead institution for the NSF-funded National Biotech Education Center for Advanced Therapeutics Hub. We've also hosted the National Manufacturing USA NIMBLE. They're the trade organization for pharmaceutical manufacturing. We hosted their experience program in our particular facility for high school students. So we're thinking K through 12 as well. We were chosen by BioMade. This is the industrial biomanufacturing trade organization for the US. So that's using the power of biomanufacturing to manufacture chemicals. We've partnered with them on a grant. We received $1 million award for NSF to build really a first-in-class advanced therapeutics manufacturing curriculum. We've secured around $4 million in donation from private industry. So our close relationship with the companies has realized a significant savings for our program, which we're really excited about. The last point I want to make is that all these efforts were geared undoubtedly towards supporting existing industry in Texas. We view ourselves as a resource for the entire state. Our training facility can be a resource for K through 12, for other higher education partners, as well as industry partners. But we also want to grow the industry. And as I mentioned at the outset, we're uniquely positioned to do so. And so we were really excited last month when a site selection process that we were the workforce lead on was announced. So Eli Lilly announced a $6.5 billion investment in Generation Park, which is in our taxing district. This is going to be roughly a 240-acre pharmaceutical manufacturing campus where we'll be the training partner. In other words, all of the investment paid off, and we're grateful to all our partners at the state level, industry, K through 12, other higher education institutions. So thank you so much for the recognition as a Star Award finalist, and I appreciate the opportunity to share with you the work we've been doing.
I do have a question real quick. So I heard about those programs before, San Jacinto College, and wonderful. Congratulations, really exciting about that. And I'm happy that Eli Lilly moved the manufacturing facility to your Texan district. Is it's a great news. So one of the question I have is the student. I think seems like you don't have any problem with attracting students, right? Because I know a lot of colleges, and I know city colleges have a space program and with advanced machinery program, things like that nature. And one of the things is getting the student know about that. How do you, what kind of program you have to make sure that students know about those programs that they can really advance their career in such a great way? How do you get the student know about that?
Yeah, it's a great question. So bioliteracy is really front and center to our effort. We would like, as the industry grows, biomanufacturing to be as ubiquitous as the conversation around chemical manufacturing. So process operators in a chemical manufacturing setting, that's the biomanufacturing operator in a pharmaceutical setting, right? And so it's our goal to make it that common in terms of conversations in K through 12. So we do good old-fashioned recruiting. We engage our ISD partners. I mentioned we have a dual credit program, so we're starting the pipeline really quite early. We have efforts around veterans, upskilling and reskilling efforts. So it's really about just kind of pounding the pavement with regards to recruiting and getting the word out. There's really a nice cohort in Texas broadly, but nationally as well, around the need to onshore this manufacturing. And so we have the National Science Foundation Center for Biotech Training, actually here in Austin Community College, which does an excellent job getting the word out in particular. So it's really just about good old-fashioned recruiting efforts.
One of the things is we're talking about, reaching out to other school districts. Are you doing that at all, or you just focus in the Houston region?
Yes, no. So there are school districts outside of our area that have an interest in this, and we're having conversations around that as well. Yeah. So it's really exciting because, as I mentioned before, these careers are transformative for families, and we feel pretty strongly that this industry is going to grow in the next 3 to 5 years in a very significant way.
That would be good. Thank you so much.
Yeah, sure. Thank you.
I have a quick question. So I think this is super exciting because it's bold. The industry isn't necessarily here in Texas. I think a lot of communities are afraid to make investments in programs when the jobs aren't there. And that's where you see that fear. If you can't prove the jobs are here to recruit the students and place them in employment, the programs don't get created. So how did you overcome, or where are you placing the students while you're waiting for these jobs to come?
Yeah, so it's a great question. We built the program out precisely with that in mind. Scalability was built in. And so the initial cohort, we took a conservative approach. We wanted to make sure that every student is not only exceptionally well trained, but they all land a job, right? And so as the number of jobs grow in the greater Houston region, Texas and beyond, then we'll increase the program size. But we built in the scale with our new facility, number one. And then number two, there's actually really interesting overlap with regards to petrochem operator training and biomanufacturing training. So we have some built-in scalability through cross-training with existing programs, and that can really ramp up the amount of trainees that we have. And the last thing I'll share is we're very interested and eager to serve as a partner with anyone that doesn't have the means, for instance, to invest in such a technologically advanced training facility. And there's others in the state of Texas, like the National Center for Therapeutic Manufacturing at Texas A&M. They also have a very nice facility. And so we would like to serve as hubs for others that can't make that investment.
Awesome. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
I have a comment. First of all, congratulations on the award to Dr. K and Dr. Weil. I guess I also had a comment and an idea. You talk about recruiting other students or other talent. It's no secret that the energy industry is having a significant downturn. Conoco, Chevron, Exxon, they've announced significant layoffs in Houston. So that's an industry that's losing employment. So I think that may be a group that you can target, an industry you can target, because there's a lot of very capable people, technologists, engineers that have the skill set already that to be able to transfer it to the bio area.
Yeah, thank you for that. That's a wonderful suggestion. What I didn't mention is we have an advanced technical certificate for post-bachelor folks, or maybe those that already have an associate degree in science. And so to your point, targeting those professionals, an abridged version of the training program that they can finish in 1 to 2 semesters is something we built in, and certainly we need to explore very aggressively. Thank you.
Wow. Thank you so much for sharing. It is an honor to get to honor you and to profile the programs that you guys are running. So thank you for being here today. Dr. Wild, Dr. Crumwitty, sorry for the mispronunciation. Dr. Griggs, thank you so much. Any other questions?
One general question for Dr. Greg. As a higher education coordinating board, I was wondering, if I was a high school student trying to graduate, graduating high school, and I don't want to go to college, and there's such a wonderful program all around the state, actually right now, and it's wondering to see if it's I want to be in biomedical field. So if I can click something and then boom, San Jacinto College have all this nice program and I can chip in things like that nature. I'm wondering to see if there's certain that kind of information good for the high school student, because all across the state, actually, I talk to a lot institution, and they have issue of connecting with students. They don't have any problem with the employer, like San Jacinto College. They have a great advisory board. It's just all great employer collaborating and creating all the nice program and wonderful curriculum, things like that nature. But the student actually have no clue, high school student graduating. And I want to be there. They don't know what they're trying to do anyway. But if we have something that in the face, say, hey, yeah, you want to try this one? You have community colleges or technical colleges have those kind of program. Or if somebody graduating with a bachelor degree and say, oh, UT MD Anderson has such a wonderful advanced program for those research and technical aspect of those programs, then I'll be able to kind of like tap in. So kind of like connecting with the student is one of my my question all the time when I visit all the colleges and they all the institutions. They would just have the issue of connecting with the high school student. But that's just one of the thoughts that for Dr. Griggs to think about.
Absolutely. And I'm glad that you brought that up. One of the programs that we have and we are integrating more within the high schools is My Texas Future. And so within My Texas Future, students can go in and really inventory their skills and interests and really align those with programs all across the state. So if they're interested in many of these programs here, they can go through and it'll populate where students can go through program by program and not only look at the career field or the career cluster, but then really begin to look at the institutions and the certain characteristics of institutions and better be able to make an informed choice about where they want to study and the different outcomes that they want to see post-career or post-college. So we do have programs like that out there. Over the next couple of years, we're looking at integrating that a little bit more into the high school experience. Yeah.
I might briefly add, at MD Anderson, our students said, we don't know about your programs exactly. And so we've designed what are called toolkits for teachers that have activities specifically that are mapped to the core curriculum. For high school, we've worked with teachers. And so when they're doing something that might have to do with genetics or in chemistry, we can tell the students, if you like this activity, you might be interested in these careers and you might want to go to San Jacinto first. And we have an articulation agreement that would bring to try and connect them to the dots and also with parents as well, because they're high paying jobs. And for first gen, they don't know about these careers. So thank you for asking that.
I had another question.
Go ahead.
Also, both programs that you guys went through in detail were amazing, and I think really represent the state well and will be a good, strong foothold going forward. On the earlier discussions relative to the student success and the career development and transition, those awards that you've done, is there any lessons learned that can be shared across the different universities and colleges in the state of Texas from those successes?
Yes. In fact, one of the things that we're working on to do this spring is having a webinar style presentation for institutions that we can advertise and have these institutions come back and present. So that way the specific outcomes that these institutions have seen, they can share as an effective practice for other institutions.
Great. Thank you.
Great question.
I think you looked at my question over here. That's the same one that I had, but thank y'all.
Thank you. Now we'll move to agenda item 7, matters relating to the full board. Agenda item 7A is an update on Texas transfer initiatives and consideration and possible action to adopt the Community College Transfer Student Report. General Appropriations Act, Senate Bill 1, Article 3, Section 45, Special Provisions, 89th Texas Legislature, regular session. Elizabeth Mayer, Assistant Commissioner for Academic and Health Affairs, will present this item and be available for questions. Ms. Mayer.
Good morning. Nice to see you all. So as I do typically during our quarterly board meetings, I provide an update on transfer. This is also going to be including the report from the legislature that we're required to do. So I'm just going to provide a couple of highlights about the report. You all should have received it, but since this is a topic that we typically talk about anyway, I think it'll just dig in, and you guys can dig in further when you look at the details in the report. But I just wanted to begin by thanking Dr. Christina Zavala, who serves as the Senior Director in the Data Management and Research Division, and Brittany Hollis, who is our new Assistant Director for Academic Pathways and Academic and Health Affairs. They really worked hard to kind of put this together. And when you go through the report, if you have not already done so, it's pretty detailed information and data. So, next slide. Okay, so as I mentioned, this was a legislative directive which requires public universities to provide information about institutional transfer practices and goals to the coordinating board on an annual basis. So Texas public universities complete a very detailed survey that shows new approaches and emerging efforts related to improving the transfer experience. In addition, the report includes applicant enrollment data and survey responses, but the report also includes a pretty in-depth coordinating board analysis of universities' performance using a cohort study. The performance data includes completion rates and a time to degree for the students who started and continued their enrollment at a university and community college. So this slide here, you can see we're looking at transfer applicants to public universities. So there were for fiscal year 2024, there were 27,041 transfer applicants reported to the coordinating board in the fall of 2024. Of those students, 24,301, or 90%, were accepted. And of those students that were accepted, there were 18,885 that enrolled, so 78%. Next slide. So now we're going to talk a little bit about outcomes for transfer students. So the coordinating board staff analyzed universities' performance using that cohort study. So the performance data includes completion rates and time to degree for the college students who started and continued their enrollment at a university, and then community college transfer students. A cohort of university non-transfer students, so first-time in college students and community college transfer students classified as juniors, is tracked for a specific period. And this report includes data about the junior cohort of students, both non-transfer and transfer students, from the fall of 2020 through the spring of 2024. So there were 61,562 non-transfer students, or FTI students, and 18,741 community college transfer students classified as juniors in the fall of 2020, and they were included in this cohort. So statewide, the completion rate for non-transfer students in the cohort was roughly 85%, with 52,304 non-transfer students graduating. And the completion rate for transfer students classified as juniors in the cohort study was 66%. So with 12,399 transfer students graduating within 4 years. So you can see here, this represents a 19 percentage point difference between students who start in a university and those who transfer. The next graph there is showing the time to degree, and this is another measure of performance used in the cohort study. Time to degree considers the number of years, semester credit hours attempted, and semesters students take to complete their degrees. The time to degree for this cohort study found first-time in college students complete in approximately 5.2 years, and transfer students complete in 7.1. So there you can see the difference as well between these two groups of students. Next slide, please. So when measured by semester credit hour, non-transfer students or FTIC students complete 126.9%, slightly less than last year's 28.8. The average attempted semester credit hours for transfer students slightly improved from last year, decreasing from 133 to 132. Transfer students also enrolled in one additional semester. So non-transfer students averaged 9.7 semesters to graduate, and transfers averaged 10.6. Next slide. So that's just some of the data that's provided in the report, but it gives you an idea of the things that we're looking at. So you can see the differences that are occurring between what we're calling FTIC students and transfer students. I'm going to get into, I'm going to provide a little bit of information on the barriers that were identified through the survey. Next slide. Okay. And these have, for the most part, stayed pretty consistent since we've been doing the report. But so based upon the survey responses, the following were included as potential barriers to transfer. And these are the university perspective, because there's the ones that are required to complete the survey. So students advised to complete an associate's degree that includes courses not applicable to the bachelor's degree prior to transferring. So 19 institutions reported that as a barrier. Lack of financial aid support, either federal, state, and institutional for transfer students. 16 institutions reported that. Inaccurate and inadequate advising at the community college. 16 institutions. Inadequate course scheduling and or course rotations to meet the needs of new transfer students. 15 institutions. And then lastly, insufficient staff and or financial resources at your institution to facilitate transfer of students from the community college. So 15. So you can see there the challenges that are highlighted that students are experiencing that are likely potentially contributing to some of those differences in completion from the FTIC students to those that are transfer students. Next slide. Now I'm going to go over, the transfer policies that have been put in place over the last couple of years that are intended to help address some of these issues. It's still somewhat early for some of this, so seeing the outcomes and the improvement, we're still kind of waiting to have more students go through the pipeline to see that move forward. Next slide. So this is a slide you all have seen before. It is the Texas Direct Associate's degree, and this is really attempting to facilitate students transfer so that when those credits are acquired by the student, that they all transfer and that they don't have to take additional courses upon going to the university. So students attending in any public two-year institution automatically qualifies to receive a Texas Direct Transfer Associate degree when they complete. As I've said before, it's got two components. One is the field of study curriculum, which are the discipline-specific pathways, and then the other is the core curriculum. And if the students complete both of those buckets, 60 semester credit hours, they would receive a Texas Direct Associate's degree, which should in full transfer, and all the credits should be applicable. Next slide. And then you've seen this slide before as well, streamlining pathways to success. So this is really trying to save students, families, time and money and effort. We're also trying to be more transparent. So students know sooner, as we have more and more students who are acquiring dual credit younger and younger. If they see the pathway, hopefully that will alleviate some of those excess semester credit hours that they're incurring. Opportunities to reduce time and money spent on excess credit hours, and then opportunities to optimize the number of credits applicable to a major upon transfer. Next slide. And this is the update about where we are on the revised fields of study. So you can see there we have 12 completely finished. Biology, we are reviewing some comments by the co-chairs that were received. For exercise sciences that have been approved by TTAC, and the institutions are completing the survey to submit their directed electives. English approved by TTAC, also working on some comments. And then the history, that is actually going to go to, they've developed a field of study and will be presented at the Texas Transfer Advisory Committee, which I believe is currently scheduled for December the 8th. Computer and information sciences, we're actually meeting next week. So just as a reminder, for all of these, we bring faculty together from our 2- and 4-year institutions. We have a 2-day discussion about what lower division courses should be included in the field of study. After that step, it then goes to the if they come up with a field of study recommendation, it then goes to the Texas Transfer Advisory Committee for review and approval. Then we will send it out for public comment. If there's not any public comments, then we collect the directed electives, and then it would go to the commissioner for final review and approval. And then last, we're planning to do engineering sometime in this spring. And so far, we've had over 400 faculty who have participated in each one of these. And as you can imagine, it's a pretty significant time crunch for them because it's in addition to their typical duties to attend, roughly 4 days the first day and 4 days the second day to develop the fields of study. And then the co-chairs then present at the Texas Transfer Advisory Committee, whatever the developed recommended field of study is. Next slide. I think that's my last.
Members, any questions?
I have a question. So I know we're tracking hour
Mhm.
differences.
Mhm.
Is there a way to track the financial implications of that? So I think a lot of students think, hey, if I start at community college and then transfer, even though it takes longer, it'll cost me less. But we're trying to save them hours. Are we actually saving them dollars? by
I
advising.
assume we would be saving them dollars, but in
Then
terms
that's
of like an
correct.
analysis, I don't think we've ever done that. And we would, we can look into that and see if that's possible, kind of calculating that out, what that would look like, because it's, the tuition dollars and whatever state dollars are being contributed.
Yeah, I think that would be interesting because
Mhm.
there's also the opportunity cost of working,
Right.
right? So how
Right.
do I don't know how you factor that in, but just so that we're giving accurate advice when kids
Sure.
are making those decisions.
Agreed.
And
Commissioner.
One of the things that occurred to me, Elizabeth, when we're looking at the time to degree is that Dr. Troutman will have to give me a kind of a check me on this, but I think something like 80% of associate's degree graduates go part-time at least one semester. So is that right? Yeah. So, so do we know, or could we know, if as those students then transfer and enroll at a university, do they continue as a part-time student? Which could, so Dr. Humphreys is shaking
I'm looking
her.
at
Yes.
Christina and Melissa. So the data folks, I don't know if you guys know offhand.
But we could know. Okay, so Dr. Humphreys is saying we could know. So I think that there's some contextual information around those graphs that might be helpful for understanding as well. Also, time to degree for associate's degrees typically is more than 2 years. So, and because of the part-time nature, so there are some some circumstantial things that I think extend that time out. But certainly the number of hours that we know in a separate transfer report that students that are accumulating but not always being applied to the major upon transfer, there's a real financial cost there. The opportunity cost plus real dollars, whether from state financial aid or out of the student's pocket. And so that question is coming up more and more. And so we can look into that, I think, and at least estimate what those costs might be. And I have a related question on your barriers 1 and 3, Elizabeth, the ones that were identified in the survey, and then thinking about the field of study curricula.
Yes.
So as we're at a point now, or the field of study curricula, I guess we're probably at about the place where we'll perhaps start seeing a difference
Correct.
in the number of hours that are excess, not applied to a degree upon transfer. Ideally, what would you expect to see? Again, assuming that there's adequate and accurate advising, that third barrier, and then with hours that are taken at a community college as part of an associate's degree, with the field of study curricula, should that partially solve that problem? Again, assuming good advising.
Yes, sir. So we're still working on the data based upon kind of the new fields of study, but the fields of study have existed since 1997. And when we initially kind of started some of this work in 2020, there was a 5% usage rate. 5%. It's been existed since 1997. So there's a gap there, right? And what in terms of advising. And so I think that's something that we're trying to attend to. The on-course team has a module now to help high school counselors explain what the field of study is. And so we're making those efforts to provide transparency to, high school counselors, college counselors, so they know what the field of study is, what Texas Direct is, because it will guarantee you that you will not have to take any lower division courses if you have all of those components. And so we're hoping that with improved advising and clarity, for advisors that will then translate to parents and students. And also, you know, the first one in particular, students advised to complete an associate's degree that includes courses not applicable to the bachelor's degree. Like this Texas Direct is intended to fix that, right? So you get the associate's degree, no questions asked. You start at 60 hours. You do not have to take any other courses when you get to that university.
I have just one question. The kids that aren't college ready at the community college, they're taking those classes that may not transfer, but do those hours count in this? We're talking about how many, like
And the excess?
No, like the prerequisites that they have to, they're not college ready. They're taking all these classes like English, that doesn't really count. But is it the hours when they, even though they don't transfer, do they count for these hours that the transfer students has up? Or is that just transferable hours?
I mean, when you're looking at the hours, it's everything that they've taken.
So those are included
Yeah.
in that.
Right? No. Okay. Oh, it does. Are you asking about developmental? You're asking about developmental course? Okay. Yeah.
Thank you.
I have a quick question. You mentioned that we're asking the universities about the barriers to transfer. Based on the numbers, it looks like 30% of the kids that applied to transfer did not get it, did not enroll.
Mhm.
So 30%, that's still pretty high.
20.
No, it's 30%. I did the math.
Okay.
Trust me.
Okay.
18,885 divided by 27,000 is you basically, that's 70% got
Well,
enrolled.
because they didn't all get in.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Yeah.
Of those.
So
that
the
got in.
30% did not enroll. 30% of the kids did not enroll in university of the ones that actually applied.
Mhm.
So it's a 30%. So it's pretty high. So are we asking those students why why they didn't enroll? I know we're
think
asking.
that's- I don't think that's on the, we'd have to look into that. I'm not sure if I have that, but in previous work that I've done, sometimes it's financial reasons why they don't enroll. Sometimes, I think we can look into that and kind of see what the
Yeah, I
challenges
think
are.
we're asking the university, but I think we should all be asking the
Yeah.
students because
Yeah.
30% are choosing not to enroll after they've applied.
Okay.
Another question over here. So the report addresses that oftentimes articulation agreements are oftentimes inadequate.
Mhm.
And so does Texas Direct try to address that? And if so, how do the future of articulation
Articulation.
agreements, double A's get me. How do the future of those look like? And how does that impact the student who may have already gotten credit from
Sure.
agreement?
So it doesn't address articulation agreements. And I think there's just a lot of challenges with articulation agreements. And I think really the fields of study are intended to be statewide articulation agreements. Because if you had, and from what I understand, a lot of the articulation agreements are done by, particular individuals at this institution that feel really strongly about it. And it's also something that requires a lot of maintenance. And sometimes that can be challenging for the 2 and the 4 year to continuously update those articulation agreements. And so the fields of study is really intended to kind of get at that with a statewide, so there are no questions. And then we as the state, I think we're required every 4 years to kind of relook at that and update that.
Members, any other questions? Do I have a motion to adopt the community college transfer student report?
Second.
Motion and second. Thank you. Any further discussion? Members, those in favor say aye.
Aye.
And any opposed, no. Motion passes. Agenda item 7B is an update on program approval. Elizabeth Mayer will present this item and be available for questions. Ms. Mayer.
Okay. As at every quarterly meeting, I'm going to provide you all an update on program approval and where we are. I want to thank Dr. Emma Gelslinger on the Academic and Health Affairs team and Emma Shane, who helped put all of this data together. So next slide. So I'll be going over completed and pending academic and workforce requests from July 2nd through October the 14th. Next slide. Okay. So you guys can see here the breakdown of the different types of requests that have been completed. And I'm just going to highlight a couple of them. So new degree program requests, we have completed 79 of those. And you can see the table to the right, which shows the content areas. So we have processed 412 requests in total, but in terms of the new degree programs, the highest number of those degree requests are in engineering at 12 and then business at 10. And then next, we have a significant number of distance education at 61. And these requests are change or adding modalities or off-campus sites. And then I wanted to also highlight the planning notification. So when the rules were revised a couple of years ago, institutions are now required to submit a planning notification for any new degree program. So you can see there we have 124 planning notifications, which I'll talk a little bit more about when I get to items that are in the queue. But I just wanted to highlight those 124 we have. Okay, next slide. And then here we just have the new degree program requests that have been completed. The table in the gray provides details about the degree types. So the most degree types that have been are the Master of Science and the Associate of Science, but you can kind of see the breakdown of the different types of programs that we have been approving. And then just, if you guys are interested, I wasn't sure what the BGS is, and that's a Bachelor of General Studies. And then the MENG is Master of Engineering. MHA is a Master in Health Administration. Next slide. Okay, so this is showing all of the items we currently have in our queue for review. So we have 43 pending degree proposals in the queue. The pending requests that we have the most of are in the disciplines of health professions, followed closely by education and business. I also wanted to point out, of the new degree program requests, we have 16 doctoral programs in the queue. And just as a point of comparison, for FY25, we processed 20 total. So there's been a pretty good uptick in doctoral. And I think given some of the planning notifications, we'll likely be seeing more as well. So just wanted to highlight that for you all. Next slide. Now I'm just going to go over the private post-secondary institution requests that have been finalized. Next slide. Okay. So here, these are items that have been completed by the private post-secondary team. So we have the most significant amount of work has really been the annual compliance report letters. So these are response to institutions regarding required compliance reporting for private post-secondary institutions. And then the second item there is the SARA application renewal. So the state authorization reciprocity agreement. So an agreement among its member states directs the U.S. and territories that establishes comparable national standards for interstate offering of post-secondary distance education courses and programs. So we have to review those and then go through the renewal process when they've applied. Next slide. I think that's the last one. Happy to answer any questions about any of these items as well.
So I just have a quick question. So should we credit, I think we should credit all the PhD program uptake application is related to our Texas University Fund. Since we have that fund launch, and then we'll see, we're really pushing our great state of Texas into a, I would call it a more research-oriented, encourage all the research university to kind of step up. So I can see that a lot of institutions will be applying the new PhD program. To match what we are trying to fund them. So
yes, Dr. Wong, I think that is a big push.
A big,
yes,
you feel like
an
that
incentive.
accurate assessment. Thank you so much.
Yes, sir.
Quick question. So when you were presenting the preliminary headcount for fall 2025, you had mentioned that students' academic major aren't captured in that report. But when it's finalized, will those trends in academic majors be compared to like the pending requests as well as like workforce demand to see what student demand looks like?
So you're talking about the headcount presentation yesterday? That was Melissa Humphreys. Oh yeah. Demand is part of what gets reviewed in terms of when they submit the proposal. That is one of the criteria that's required by the statute.
Any further questions? Thank you. Agenda item 7C is consideration and possible action to acknowledge gifts and donations to the board. This item was approved on consent. Agenda item 7D is consideration and possible action on performance evaluations and compensation of the Commissioner of Higher Education and General Counsel and discussion of job duties and hiring process for the internal auditor. This item will be heard in closed session later in the meeting. Agenda item 7E is consideration and possible action to adopt a resolution authorizing the issuance of State of Texas College student loan bonds in one or more series and delegations of authority for administering and approving the activities necessary to complete the sale of the private activity bonds. Mr. Anthony Infantini, Chief Financial Officer, Mr. Richard Donahue, Partner with McCall, Parkhurst, and Horton, and Mr. Tim Webb, Vice President with Hilltop Securities, will present this agenda item and be available for questions.
Good morning. I'm Anthony Infantini, Chief Financial Officer, and I'm pleased to present an item we bring to the board typically each October, which is a bond resolution for our fiscal year activities, in this case, fiscal year 2026. I'm joined by Richard Donahue, our bond counsel from McCall, Parkhurst, and Horton, as well as Mr. Tim Webb from Hilltop Securities, our financial advisors, who are here to provide additional details on the matter and help answer any questions you may have. As you know, the coordinating board manages the College Access Loan Program, or CAL. This program issues loans to students attending a public or private nonprofit institution in the state of Texas. To fund these loans, the agency is constitutionally authorized by the Texas voters to sell tax-exempt private activity bonds, which are backed by the full faith and credit of the state. A bond resolution is necessary and requires approval by the board to delegate authority to the Commissioner and Chief Financial Officer to execute the activities necessary to sell these bonds or refund prior year bonds. So this resolution authorizes the issuance of up to $100 million of bonds for new student loans. That's somewhat in line with what we've issued in the past couple of years, but it's less than what we are authorized by statute to request. It's intended to provide us sufficient flexibility as we refine our forecasted loan demand throughout the year. Also want to note that we likely have enough cash from our prior bond issuance, as I mentioned in July, to fund loans for this year, but there's also some unknowns driven by changes in federal student loans based on the legislation passed last spring, as well as we want to be able to respond to any significant changes in market conditions. So the resolution also authorizes potential refunding of our callable bonds in the upcoming year. So the bonds in our portfolio are structured to be callable about 10 years after issuance and can be called on an interest payment date, which are like February or August for us. So this includes the remaining bonds from our 2013, 2014, and 2015 bond series, which have not yet been called, and also our 2016 bond series, which will become callable in August of 2026. To help inform this relationship of how our bonds and loans work and provide some context on the practical considerations of how the callable bonds relate to our actions, I have these slides here I want to walk through at this time. So just as a background, they largely ties to the discussion we had in July on the relationship between bond issuances, our student loans, and a review that we are charging, adequate loan rates for the bonds and our debt obligations, as well as kind of the zooming out on what the horizon looks like and what we need to consider when it comes time to our refinancing or funding actions. Next slide. So this is the recent history of the loan rates for our CAL program. Want to note there's no distinction between graduate or undergraduate loan rates. We offer a single loan rate, but there is a discount for folks that automatically pay from their checking account each month. I also want to note that bond issuances that are predominantly tied to those loan rates are kind of shown in the column to the right, but it's not a one-to-one relationship. There are some timing considerations and just tax considerations that require bonds to be dispersed over a different period of time. And so oftentimes the same bond funds may hit different loan rates. But generally speaking, there is kind of a bond series that ties largely to a single kind of issuance or loan. If you go to the next slide. This is more of a view of the bond series themselves, kind of what the interest cost was at issuance, which kind of factors kind of the market premium and kind of the coupon rates that we offered on those bonds. And then we have kind of the average loan rate for those bonds. Again, the timing of this and those discounts require us to kind of use a weighting for those loan rates, but kind of looked at the average of the loans that were in there to come up with what those loan rates were and help confirm that broadly speaking, the loan rates have been set to kind of pay for the bonds that were issued. And then the remaining spreads are there to cover defaults and administrative costs and things of that nature. Do want to point out that 2016, those top 4 rows are the rows that are the callable bonds, or in this that will be callable this year, and especially point out that 2016 bond series that had the highest student loan rate also have the kind of highest interest cost at that time of issuance as well. If you go to the next slide. So these are the actual refunding candidates, not just currently, but in August, as well as the next candidate as well for your reference. You can see the first 3 are the ones that I've mentioned. We have not yet been called. And then the 2016 bond series, you can note that the callable bond maturities extend the longest. They go out to 2040. And the coupon rates, which are kind of the remaining debt interests we have on those, are also the highest as well. You go to the next slide on that. So as I've kind of stated, kind of in past couple presentations, it's much likelier that we're going to need to use this, or we will use this refunding authority in this bond resolution than the new money bonds. So there are some of these considerations we're going to look at as we kind of make that determination and see what savings there are, kind of including just overall market conditions. We monitor that very frequently. The characteristics of that debt, including the maturities, those coupon rates, and then there's various kind of IRS or tax rules and regulations we have to consider. Called out the 17-year rule, which kind of limits how much our refunding bonds can extend into the future relative to the bonds that were called, which basically kind of makes us not be able to just kind of roll this debt on forever and savings. There are some time-bound limits that we have to consider and make sure we properly structure any bonds that we do refund. Also want to note that arbitrage consideration, which basically is a relationship between the loan, the funds we collect on the loan payments versus the debt. For this to be tax exempt, we can only collect so much yield above what we are paying for our debt. So if we do refund or refinance to a lower rate, and we continue to collect loans at the higher rate, we may incur that tax liability. And would like to structure this in a way that if we do incur these savings, to come up with ways to pass that along to those borrowers through interest rate reductions or the appropriate mechanisms at that time. So based on our current look, right now the 2016 bond series is likely to be callable in this year. But kind of as things, the rates will kind of continue to shift and conditions will change throughout the whole fiscal year. We'll refine and kind of review this analysis along with our bond counsel and financial advisors to hopefully make the right decision at the right time so we can execute appropriately with the authority designate to us through this resolution. And speaking of our team here, I'd like to turn this over to Mr. Donahue, who will provide some legal background and details on the bond resolution. And then Mr. Webb will also help discuss other aspects of our program and kind of all the further details on the financial considerations we're going to be monitoring during this fiscal year.
Thank you, Anthony. For the record, I'm Richard Donahue, partner with the law firm of McCall, Parkhurst, and Horton. It's been my honor and privilege to serve as bond counsel to the coordinating board since 2012. Worked very closely with Anthony and his team and your financial advisor. The resolution that you have before you is the official action of the board to authorize the issuance of one or more series of bonds, as Anthony covered, for up to $100 million of new money student loans or the eligible refunding candidates that we've identified as possibly callable within the next year. The resolution is a delegation that lasts up to 1 year to issue bonds from the date of today, and it delegates that authority to either Anthony or the commissioner to sign off on the final pricing terms of the bonds within certain parameters. That you have a maximum par amount for the new money of $100 million, and the maximum par amount for the refunding bonds can't exceed the par amount of the bonds being refunded. That's a constitutional requirement. And any refunding has to generate a present value savings. There's a maximum interest rate of 15%, which is the maximum required by law, and then there's the maximum maturity date of 40 years, and then the bonds have to be sold for at least 95% of par. The resolution authorizes the bonds to be sold in either a competitive or a negotiated sale. Traditionally, these bonds have almost always been sold on a competitive basis, given the demand in the market. We have the negotiated flexibility in case that there's some market disruption that's occurred, which we've used in the past, going back to the financial crisis. You have to go that route, but that's not the preferred route traditionally. The bonds are issued as general obligation bonds that carry the full faith and credit of the state of Texas. but are payable first and foremost from the student loan or payments received. And the coordinating board has never had to draw on that state GO credit, but it provides a great advantage to the bonds in the market and and allows you to borrow without having reserve funds and the typical financial additional interest rate cost that a lot of other student loan issuers have to borrow for. And the resolution also authorizes eligible excess funds to be used to pay down outstanding debt to the extent that that's financially advantageous. It's a similar form resolution to what the board's adopted before. I'd be happy to go through any questions to the extent anybody has any on the legal side.
Members, any questions?
I have a question about two things. One thing is your arbitrary explanation about paying the tax. Do we have to pay tax on those difference in terms of the loan that we finance the loan with lower interest rate, and then we receive the money from the borrower? That with that delta, we have to pay tax. Can we just move it to pay down the debt or something like that instead of paying taxes?
So we have
to pay taxes.
We have the ability.
At least because we make money.
Right, exactly. So but we have now the ability in our, previously, I believe we didn't really have the mechanisms to lower the rates of previously issued loans. We have done that. So when we did our 2021 refunding, which predates my time, but we did execute an interest rate reduction for the loans tied to those bonds to try to lower the income coming in. So that way the spread between the loan rates of the repayment and the bonds were close enough that we didn't.
So in doing
minimize
that, we
liability.
will benefit those who borrow money.
Yes.
For that period of time. So we
Yeah.
are talking about only that period of time, not all the borrowers, but it would just benefit. They got lucky because we got lucky in the interest rate.
Yeah.
So it's a
Yes.
policy now, our policy of doing that.
We have, it's not a strict policy, it's a kind of best practice policy, I would say. We don't have it embedded in how we've done this because these actions are just more kind of general on the
Okay,
debt
got it.
issuance. But yes, we do not want to incur tax liability on tax exempt bonds. And, if the loans are being set based on borrowing rates that are now lower, we kind of make sure we reflect that appropriately.
So what's the spread where it triggers that tax liability? Because you always have a spread, otherwise, right? So there's
2% is what the IRS allows is
Okay.
generally is for that spread to cover operational expenses of the program. If
okay.
you get above 2%, that's what you start looking at.
If our gain is going to be more than 2%, we'd rather reduce the loan so the student gets the benefit rather than it.
Correct.
That makes
So
sense.
what's our current credit rating right now?
It is AAA rate. We're the state of Texas kind of.
We use the
ratings.
state of Texas
Mhm.
credit rating.
That's the general obligation, means we have the state of Texas rating, which has been
Okay.
reaffirmed at AAA.
Yeah, for the record, this is Tim Webb, Senior Vice President with Hilltop, and been your financial advisor since 1999. You are in the coordinating board is in the fortunate position that they're the only issuer in the country for student loan bonds that is a GO-rated issue. So the rating on the bonds is the rating of the state. As a result, this is also the only institution that issues bonds on a competitive basis for student loans. It's because of the GO nature of the credit that allows you to issue those bonds on a competitive basis and gets you a very attractive rate. With regard to the spread, it is a tax regulation, but it's the authority would have to pay a fee. Well, they'd have to pay the federal government, the Department of Education, the difference between that 2% spread and whatever spread. The calculation is a present value calculation of on yield versus the yield on the loans. But there are ways to offset that as expressed, which would be potentially reducing the loan rate on the loans associated with that particular issuance. It's issuance by issuance. It's not across all issues.
On the callable series, 300 million, we're saying that we can do it if the pricing remains favorable and produces net present value debt savings. If the bond rates are trending down, what is there? Do we wait? If it's a break even or a minor savings, I assume we don't pull the trigger.
Right. Yeah.
If we think we can just sit tight and what mechanism do we have to kind of hold them instead of told
So
them?
we look at that. We also work with the bond review board on that as well when getting the final authorization on this. We've typically have pegged the 3% savings where that makes sense from, because, incur the administrative costs with doing that, doing this work to actually go and issue and refund these bonds, where that savings can be sufficient enough to be realized in a tangent, meaningful way.
Right, but that's kind of a net neutral. If the cost gives you net neutral, but if what latitude do we have to not reissue bonds if we think the trend is going to go down and wait 6 months to do it?
That is
that
part of our
discretionary?
authority. Yes. I mean, so to go backwards, I think one of our bond issuances was close to being net neutral or slight savings, but we did not execute that because it wasn't really meaningful. And in our judgment, wasn't worth that effort to realize small savings, knowing kind of general market conditions were trending towards a
Right.
lower rate in the future. So there is some discretion involved in.
Yeah, so I would just ask when we do it, hopefully interest rates will go down, and it's better to wait to do that and not just cover costs to reissue for reissuing sake.
Correct. Yeah. And then also that the longer we wait with that 17-year rule, the maturity of these refunding bonds gets smaller and smaller relative to the current bonds. There's a lot of moving parts there that we have to kind of work through.
But we'll see it again before it's done?
You get an update every quarter. I
Good.
promise.
Okay.
And just to further on that, we run numbers on these once every 2, 3, 4 weeks. When we see a movement in MMD, to the extent that movement occurs, then we rerun the numbers and provide those to Anthony and his staff to take a look to see whether or not that bogey of the 3% net present value savings has been achieved. To this point, we're not quite there yet.
Yeah. But there's a number of steps we have to take beyond from this point to go through the bond review board. So it will take a lot of compliance steps for us to be able to execute on this. And like I mentioned, the series, the 2016 series that is looking like it's generating the most savings isn't callable until August 1st of 2026. So we kind of have that timeline. We're working through that right now.
And under federal tax rules, we wouldn't be able to close before 90 days in advance of August 1st is the earliest we could close on a bond issue to refund those bonds and keep them tax exempt.
And what would the rate be if we were to do it today?
I'd have to relook. Our analysis, I think, is even a couple weeks out of date. I think they moved downward since that time.
It's interesting. The yield curve has moved. It has improved on the long end, but it hasn't improved on the short end. So we've seen a little bit increased savings on the longer issue, but loss of savings on the earlier issues, 13, 14. 16 is a little bit stronger, but not tremendously.
Are we almost at the
What
point
would
that
the rate be though on the new bonds? Or the,
I don't have that number in front of me right now.
Yeah, I think it was a little under 4%. That's what I was-
sorry?
A little under 4%, I think, was the rate we saw from, but that was a little outdated, I would say.
Right.
Mr. Navarez, did you have something?
are we almost to the point where the credit rating of the state of Texas is better than the U.S. government?
No comment.
It is a pleasure to hear what a great credit position we're in. Thank you all. Do I have a motion to adopt a resolution authorizing the issuance of State of Texas college student loan bonds in one or more series and delegation of authority for administrating and approving the activities necessary to complete the sale of the private activity bonds for fiscal year 2026?
So moved.
I have a motion by Ms. Thomas, second.
Second.
Second by Mr. Wilson. Any discussion? Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? No. Motion passes. Thank you. Agenda item 8 is matters relating to the Committee on Innovation, Data, and Educational Analytics, chaired by Javed Anwar. Javed is unable to be with us today, so as vice chair of this committee, I will present this section on his behalf. As a matter of note, we have about an hour of material left. If anyone needs to refresh their drink or excuse themselves for a moment, feel free, and we'll just continue through. Agenda item 8A is committee chair's meeting overview. Thank you for joining us for matters relating to the Committee on Innovation, Data, and Educational Analytics. Yesterday, in committee, we approved minutes from the July 2025 meeting, the appointment of members to 2 advisory committees, 3 reports, and edits to board rules. Agenda items 8B through 8F2 were approved on the consent calendar. Agenda item 8F3 is consideration and possible action to adopt new board rules, Chapter 13, K, Sections 13191 through 203, concerning determination of resident status. Dr. Charles Quintero Poles, Assistant Commissioner for Student Financial Aid Programs, will present this item and be available to answer questions. Members, you have supplemental materials for this item printed on goldenrod paper.
Thank you. As discussed yesterday, Chapter 13, Subchapter K relates to the determination of resident status. Key aspects of the new rules include clarifying various types of considerations that may classify a parent or dependent student as domiciled in Texas, clarifying who is a dependent and thus must be classified according to their parent's domicile, specifying that the clear and convincing standard applies to all residency classification, and giving additional guidance on the documentation necessary to demonstrate eligibility for resident status, along with granting institutions the flexibility to request any documentation necessary. An additional key element is to reflect changes taken for the purpose of complying with the recent federal court decision. There is one modification to Section 13.200 since our discussion yesterday. The word knowingly has been removed from that section as it is redundant, and the change better aligns with statute.
Members, do I have any questions? Do I have a motion to adopt new board rules, Chapter 13, Subchapter K, Sections 13191 through 203, concerning determination of resident status, with the edit proposed by staff to delete the word knowingly from 13.200? I have a motion by Dr. Wong, second.
Second.
I have a second by Ms. Thomas. Members, those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, no. Motion passes. Agenda item 8F4 is consideration and possible action to adopt new board rules, Chapter 13P, Sections 13,460 through 479, concerning tuition exemptions and waivers. Dr. Quintero Poles will present this item and be available to answer questions. Members, you have supplemental materials for this item printed on goldenrod paper.
Thank you. As discussed yesterday, the proposed rules for Chapter 13, Subchapter P relate to tuition exemptions and waivers. Generally, the rules do two main things. They consolidate 11 separate subchapters, making it easier to locate this information, creating consistent structures, and clarifying aspects of program eligibility. And second, they add 2 programs. House Bill 1105 recently created an exemption for paramedics enrolled in emergency medical services courses, which mirrors existing exemption programs for peace officers and firefighters. And the Economic Development and Diversification Waiver, which has existed for some time without coordinating board rules, has been added to help clarify elements of the program. Thank you.
Members, any questions? Do I have a motion to adopt new board rules, Chapter 13, Subchapter P, Sections 13,460 through 479, concerning tuition exemptions and waivers? I have a motion by Mr. Wilson, second.
Second.
Second by Dr. Wong. Members, those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? No. Motion passes. Agenda item 8F5 through 8F13 were approved on consent. Agenda item 8F14 is consideration and possible action to adopt new board rules, Chapter 24F, Sections 2470 through 74, concerning Texas Armed Services scholarships converted to loans. Dr. Quintero Poles will present this item and be available to answer questions. You have supplemental materials for this item printed on goldenrod paper.
Thank you. As mentioned, these rules relate specifically to the Texas Armed Services scholarships converted to loans. The proposed rules do not represent a change in how the coordinating board services those converted loans, with one exception. In response to House Bill 300, the rules include a provision allowing for the cancellation of a loan due to an exceptional circumstance beyond the recipient's control. Thank you.
Members, are there any questions? Do I have a motion to adopt new board rules, Chapter 24, Subchapter 5, Sections 2470 through 74, concerning Texas Armed Services Scholarship converted to loans?
So move.
I have a motion and a second by Mr. and Mrs. Navarez. Members, those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, no. Motion passes. Agenda item 8F15 is consideration and possible action to adopt proposed amendments to Board Rules, Chapter 22I, Sections 22-163 and 22-165 through 170, concerning the Texas Armed Services Scholarship Program. Dr. Contreras will present this item and be available to answer questions. Again, you have supplemental materials for this item printed on goldenrod paper.
Thank you. As mentioned, the proposed rules for Chapter 22, Subchapter I relate to the Texas Armed Services Scholarship Program. The amendments to the rules for the Texas Armed Services Scholarship are in response to House Bill 300, and we are grateful for the opportunity to have worked with Chairman Wilson's office to develop these rules to guide the program. Generally, the proposed rules implement House Bill 300, which made 5 changes to the program. First, the bill increased the maximum scholarship and included a mechanism by which we will annually review cost of attendance to determine whether an adjustment to the maximum can be made. HB 300 also changed how students are nominated for the program, including mechanisms to fill any vacancies in nominations. Third, students, including graduate students, can now meet the program's military training requirement through prior completion of ROTC or a similar program, or through acceptance into the Officer Commissioning Program for the State Guard. The bill also directs the agency to establish mechanisms by which recipients would not be required to repay their scholarships if they are unable to complete the military service due to exceptional circumstances outside their control. And finally, the program now limits scholarship eligibility to 4 academic years. Thank you.
Members, are there any questions? Do I have a motion to adopt proposed amendments to Board Rules, Chapter 22, Subchapter I, Sections 22-163 and 22-165 through 170, concerning the Texas Armed Services Scholarship Program? I have a motion by Mr. Clemmer, second.
Second.
Second by Ms. Thomas. Members, those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, no. Motion passes. Agenda items 8F16 was approved on consent. This concludes our portion of the meeting. Item 9 is lunch. Members, if you're in agreement, we can take that up later in the meeting. Agenda item 10 is matters relating to the Committee on Academic and Workforce Success, chaired by Emma Navarez.
Good morning. During the Committee on Academic Workforce and Success meeting yesterday, the committee approved the following items: minutes from the July meeting, 4 reports, the appointment of advisory committee members, request from the University of Austin for a second certificate of authority to grant degrees in Texas and to amend their second certificate of authority by adding a Master of Startup and Innovation degree program, a request from the University of Texas at Austin for a substantive change to a Doctor of Nursing practice degree program, the receipt of a Carl D. Perkins Community and Technical Colleges Consolidated Grant mid-year reallocation of funds, 1 new degree program, and updates to board rules. We also heard updates on activities from 3 different advisory committees. Agenda items 10B through 10D were approved on consent. Agenda item 10E is consideration and possible action to adopt the Commissioner's recommendation to grant the University of Austin's request for a second certificate of authority to grant degrees in Texas. Ms. Elizabeth Mayer, Assistant Commissioner for Academic and Health Affairs, will present this item and be available to answer questions. Ms. Mayer.
All right. The University of Austin seeks coordinated board approval to renew its certificate of authority toward its Bachelor of Arts in Liberal Studies. UATX's initial certificate of authority is set to expire on October 26, 2025. If approved, this would be UATX's second certificate of authority valid from October of 2025 to October of 2027. The Certification Advisory Council, or CAC, reviewed the site evaluation team's report and UATX's response. The committee members present voted unanimously to recommend approval of UATX's renewal application. Based upon analysis of requirements in Texas Administrative Code, Section 7.4, Standards of Operations of Institutions, coordinating board staff recommended approval of the proposed second certificate of authority for the University of Austin, UATX, to the commissioner, and then the commissioner recommends board approval.
Do we have any questions for Ms. Mayer? If not, can I have a motion to adopt the commissioner's recommendation to grant the University of Austin's request for a second certificate of authority to grant degrees in Texas? Mr. Wilson, do I have a second? By Mr. Clemmer. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? The motion passes. Agenda item 10F is consideration and possible action to adopt the commissioner's recommendation to grant the University of Austin's application to amend their second certificate of authority by adding a Master of Startup Innovation degree program. Ms. Mayer?
All right, so in the prior item, you all approved the second certificate of authority, and so the amendment is to award a Master of Startup Innovation degree. So based upon the site evaluation team's report and the CAC's unanimous vote to recommend approval of UATX's amendment to add a Master of Startup Innovation, and based upon the board's approval of its second certificate of authority from the last item, the commissioner recommends board approval of UATX's application for amendment.
Okay, any questions on that? Can I have a motion to adopt the commissioner's recommendation to grant the University of Austin's application to amend their second certificate of authority by adding the Master of Startup Innovation degree program?
Motion.
Motion by Mr. Clemmer. Second by Ms. Hawk. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed say no. The motion passes. Agenda item 10G is consideration and possible action to approve the request from the University of Texas at Austin for a substantive change from a Doctor of Nursing Practice degree program to a DNP in Clinical Nurse Specialist and a DNP in Nurse Practitioner. Elizabeth Mayer will present this item as well.
The University of Texas at Austin is requesting a substantive change to how its Doctor of Nursing Practice programs are reflected on the institution's inventory of degree programs to more accurately reflect the number of nurse practitioners and clinical nurse specialists in institutions it's graduating. Board rule requires that any substantive change to a degree program previously approved by the board must be brought to the board for approval. This substantive change requires no new resources, faculty, or courses to be added. So if approved, the substantive change would result in adding a Doctor of Nursing Practice and Nurse Practitioner and a DNP and Clinical Nurse Specialist to the program inventory.
Are there any questions on this?
I guess just a process question. We typically get to hear, I guess when it's a new program, we get to hear from them. And I guess I thought that applied for the Master of Startup Innovation.
Oh, from the prior item? We don't typically have them present for the private post-secondary if it's a certificate of authority item.
Okay, thank you.
Any questions on the DNP?
I was going to say, any questions on this? Yeah, I don't know if you guys have any. Okay.
All right. Can I have a motion to approve the request from the University of Texas at Austin for a substantive change from a Doctor of Nursing Practice degree program to a DNP in Clinical Nurse Specialist and a DNP in Nurse Practitioner? Mr. Wilson, and a second by? Second. Who was that? Mr. Clemmer. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say no. The motion passes. Agenda items 10H through 10J3 were approved on consent. Agenda item 10K is consideration and possible action to approve the request for a new degree program, for a new degree program at the University of Houston for a Doctor of Philosophy in Statistics and Data Science. Today, we only have one program. Ms. Elizabeth Mayer will present this item and be available to answer questions. Dr. Sarah Larson, Vice Provost and Dean of the Graduate School, and Dr. Mike Young-Jun, ConocoPhillips Professor of Data Science and Program Director, Department of Mathematics, College of Natural Sciences and Mathematics, are also available for questions.
Ms. Mayer.
The University of Houston is seeking approval to offer a Doctor of Philosophy or a PhD degree program in data science and statistics that would begin in the fall of 2026. The proposed 71 semester credit hour program would be offered in person to students with expected completion within 5 years. No new faculty will need to be hired in order to deliver the program, and the commissioner recommends the program for board approval.
Good morning. My name is Sarah Larson, and I am the Vice Provost and Dean of the Graduate School at the University of Houston. Thank you to the board for consideration of this request from the University of Houston to approve a Doctor of Philosophy in Statistics and Data Science. This program represents a strategic and timely expansion of our graduate offerings and is fully aligned with the University of Houston's mission and strategic goals. Institutionally, this program is supported by a strong foundation of faculty expertise within the Department of Mathematics in the College of Natural Sciences and Mathematics, including both core statisticians and interdisciplinary collaborators engaged in data science research. The program is designed to advance student success, enhance our research competitiveness, and respond to workforce demands in high-impact sectors such as healthcare, energy, and technology. And I'll hand it over to my colleague, Dr. Jun, to tell you a little bit more about the program. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you again for your time and consideration. Let me just add a couple of points about why we think this is needed and why we are so excited about the possibility, and then also comment just a couple of points about the uniqueness of what we are proposing. And so we see, even within the University of Houston, we see a great demand among students. University of Houston doesn't have undergraduate program in statistics and data science yet, but we do have a data science option, which is kind of like a minor program for the undergraduate math students. And when it started in 2019, the fall semester, it started with 7 students, which is about 2% of the math undergraduates. Now, after 6 years, it makes up about 30% of the whole math undergraduate major. So we see a very strong increase in the enrollment in the data science option. And many of those students show strong desire to continue their study into the PhD program in statistics and data science. And we believe that such interest is motivated by the strong job market for them. And so on the other hand, we get a lot of requests from the workforce, the job companies that ask us for referrals of students who have a PhD training in statistics and data science. Obviously in Houston, Texas Medical Center and energy sectors, they do require people with a PhD level training in statistics and data science. But recently, we also get a lot of requests from other industry sectors like retail and real estate and other places where they do start to develop their own data science groups, and they do need someone who can lead those efforts. So there are just lots of opportunities for people who have a PhD training in statistics and data science field, and we do think this is a very timely degree program that UH can start. Also, it will really help with the multidisciplinary collaboration. That there are lots of opportunities within Houston, University of Houston, with the new College of Medicine, Engineering, Business, all those colleges. We have lots of cross-disciplinary collaboration for federal funding and research papers and so on. And PhD students in that field are critical for the success of those efforts. So these are some of the reasons why we think this program is really needed. And just a couple more points about the uniqueness of our program is that our program is unique in the sense that it's different from the existing PhD program in statistics that are already, many of them are already there in Texas as well as across the nation. And one of the uniqueness is the emphasis on data science. So our curriculum has a lot of focus on the sort of the modern data science aspect and not just traditional statistical aspect. And that's possible with the support of not only the core statistics faculty like myself, but we have lots of math faculty who do research in the area of data science, as well as mathematics and statistics. And so that's one of the uniqueness. And students will really get a hands-on experience as a data scientist. For instance, we have a statistical consulting program that's part of the PhD curriculum. And how it will happen is basically any researchers or professors within the university will bring their projects to us, and students will basically get to work with those faculty on that actual research project, and they will be mentored by our own faculty like myself. And so students will get like real practical training that will be needed for their future career as a data scientist. So again, we are very excited about the possibility, and thank you for your time.
That's an exciting program. Thank you very much.
Thank
Do we have any questions?
You say you do get inquiries from industry about those degrees and
Yes.
for use in the workforce.
Yes, yes. Like places like Walmart, all these energy sectors, there are always need for the Texas Medical Center, where they do need data scientists as well as statisticians. And yeah, we are quite surprised time to time that like some of the industry, we didn't think they would want to have statistics or data science PhD students. We get inquiries from those.
Yeah, it's also great that your other students get to work on the projects with them for hands-on.
Yes, yes, exactly. And as probably some of you are aware, we have a master's program in statistics and data science that's already now well established. It's a professional degree, so it's different in nature than the program that we are proposing now. But there are also lots of opportunities that students in this potential new program and those students in master as well as undergraduate programs kind of work together on those projects.
Could you tell me how artificial intelligence is being utilized in the program?
Yes, great question. So we already have several faculty members, both in statistics and mathematics, who do research in the AI and those areas. And so we do have some courses that touch upon those problems, and we will develop our curriculum more as the program matures.
Thank you.
I have a quick question. How big do you think the program will be initially?
So initially, we can't start with a big numbers, and our enrollment projection plan, we start with the 5 students. We already have a couple of students who are currently in our PhD program in mathematics who already show interest in transferring to the program once it gets approved. And our projection is in 5 years' time, we will get to about 25 or 27 numbers. That's our projection right now.
And I think you mentioned you don't have a bachelor for specific to statistics and data science.
Right.
Will you be having one eventually?
Certainly, I'll be personally very interested in that possibility. Yes, thank you.
Great. Do we have any other questions? Can I have a motion to approve the request for a new degree program at the University of Houston for a Doctor of Philosophy in Statistics and Data Science?
So moved.
Motion by Dr. Wong, second by Mr. Wilson. All those in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed say no. The motion passes. Thank you all very much for coming. Congratulations. Agenda items 10L1 through 6 were approved on consent. Agenda item 10L7 is consideration and possible action to adopt proposed amendments to Board Rules Chapter 4, Subchapter C, Section 4.52 concerning the Texas Success Initiative as required by Senate Bill 2786, 89th Legislature Regular Session. Dr. David Troutman will present this item and be available to answer any questions.
Hey,
Hi,
good
Dr.
morning. David Troutman, Deputy Commissioner for Academic Workforce Initiatives at the Coordinating Board. I'm here to seek your consideration and possible action to adopt amendments to Board Rules Chapter 4, Subchapter C, Sections 4.52 that would implement Senate Bill 2786, which was passed during the 89th session. These amendments reflect the expansion to the exemption of the Texas Success Initiative assessment for students certified as emergency medical technicians, fire protection personnel, or individuals who are elected, appointed, or employed to serve as peace officers. So in other words, these students would not need to demonstrate college readiness to be able to enroll in entry-level college courses that are requiring reading, writing, and math intensive levels. I want to note that these amendments reflect two changes made in the response to public comments. The agency received a request to clarify whether the exemption is determined as a one-time eligibility at initial enrollment or whether institutions are required to verify continued eligibility at the enrollment period. And then also we clarified that you have to have it verified every semester to make sure we're tracking that. And then also the agency was requested to define the potential political subdivision, and so we added that. So I'm happy to take any questions.
Do we have any questions? Okay, do I have a motion to adopt the proposed amendments to Board Rules Chapter 4, Subchapter C, Section 4.52 concerning Texas Success Initiative as required by Senate Bill 2786, 89th Texas Legislature Regular Session?
So moved.
We have a motion by Ms. Thomas and a second by Mr. Navarez. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say no. The motion passes. Agenda item 10LA through 13 were approved on consent. And this concludes the Committee on Academic and Workforce Success part of the agenda. Thank you.
Thank you. Agenda item 11 is matters relating to the Agency Operations Committee chaired by Welcome Wilson. Welcome.
Excuse me, good afternoon. During the Agency Operations Committee meeting yesterday, the committee approved the minutes from the July 2025 committee meeting and the internal audit charter. The committee also received a report on grants and contracts, an update on the 89th Texas legislative session, an update on the agency cybersecurity framework, a review of the FY 2025 financial report, and an update on the internal audit and compliance monitoring. Agenda items 11B and 11C were approved on consent. Agenda item 11D is consideration and possible action to approve the internal audit charter. R.B. Gonzalez, Assistant Commissioner for the Internal Audit and Institutional Assurance, will present this item and be available to answer questions. Mr. Gonzalez.
Good morning and thank you. My name is R.B. Gonzalez. I'm the Assistant Commissioner for Internal Audit and Compliance. And I'm seeking full board approval of the Internal Audit Charter, which was last updated in January. The charter is a formal document that defines internal audit's activity, purpose, authority, and responsibility. Professional standards require full board approval, and statute requires that we follow those standards. The biggest changes there is just an update to key board leadership and to highlight additional activities under the scope of the chief auditor, specifically institutional assurance activities related to reviewing community college finance and institution sexual misconduct reporting. We also build guardrails into the charter to ensure that internal audit remains independent in structure to those particular items. This concludes my presentation. I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Great. Members, do you have any questions? If not, do I have a motion to approve the internal audit charter, please?
Well,
I have a motion and a second. All those in favor indicate by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Hearing none, the motion passes. Agenda item 11E is the auditor's update on internal audit reports and activities. Members, this item is for information only. R.B. Gonzalez will present this item and be available to answer any questions.
A brief update. We are currently working on 4 projects, specifically community college finance. We're taking a deep dive into the process. We're going to do some field work later on this year. We have partnered with a co-source party to assess the IT risk assessment, to take a look at the landscape in IT so we can build our IT audits in the future. We're following up on previous third-party recommendations related to agency's contract administration, and subsequent to the board agenda being finalized, we've kicked off a project related to grants administration. We have our heads down. We're doing work. This concludes my prepared remarks. I'm happy to address any questions or comments.
Members, any questions? If not, we'll move on to agenda item 11F is the auditor's update on state and federal compliance monitoring reports and activities. Members, this item is for information only. R.B. Gonzalez will present this item and be available to answer any questions.
Thank you, Vice Chair Wilson. Related to state compliance, we're pleased to report that we completed all projects in the compliance monitoring plan for fiscal year 2025. We've notified all of the institutions that we will be conducting reviews, all the institutions that were in the 2026 compliance monitoring plan that was approved in July. Related to federal compliance, we've wrapped up our work related to federal grants, minus Perkins grants, and we've removed the backlog that we've had on Perkins subrecipient monitoring. So we are up to speed with that. And this concludes my compliance monitoring update, and I'm happy to address any questions or comments.
Members, any questions? If not, this concludes, Madam Chairman, the Agency Operations and Committee agenda.
Now we will return to agenda item 7D. For this agenda item, the board will meet in closed session. Pursuant to Texas Government Code Sections 551, 074, and 071, the board will meet in executive session to discuss the annual performance evaluations and possible compensation of the Commissioner of Higher Education and General Counsel and job duties and hiring process for the internal auditor. The board will take any action on these agenda items when we return to open session. No other business of the board will be discussed before we convene in open session. The time is 11:27 a.m. Members, we will now move to conference room 12B, located on the 12th floor, for closed session. We're going to go ahead and get started. It is now 1:04 p.m. The executive session has concluded. No action was taken during executive session. Members, do I have a motion on item 7D?
Yes. I move to delegate to the commissioner the authority to select one or more employees to serve as interim internal auditor.
I will second that.
Wonderful. Members, all in favor? Aye.
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 Any noes? Motion passes. Yes, and I'm wondering if I can do that. Any further motions?
Yes. I move that we approve the evaluations of the Commissioner of Higher Education and General Counsel and delegate to the chair the authority to finalize and sign the evaluations and any salary adjustments in accordance with the board's discussion.
Second.
That's a motion.
Thank you. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any noes? Motion passes. This concludes our meeting. The time is 1:04 p.m. Do I have a motion to adjourn?
Second.
Motion and second. All members in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes. Thank you all very much.
All righty.
Get on the road.